Hello, good afternoon. Welcome, welcome. Okay, let's push some buttons. Right. Plan today is to... We just dropped a whole bunch of frames for network. Why? Don't have anything running in the background. No, what are you playing at? Okay, I have to keep an eye on that. Anyway, yes, plan today is to finish off the new homes area and get everybody moved over, and then move the oil facility over to here so it's nearer where the oil is coming in. We'll also need to set up production of bread and fertilizer, because we may as well make use of any spare crops we're getting. Once we've got that done, we'll look at concrete and then steel. So let's start getting things going. We need to know... I know you're paused. Okay, vegetables are flat. And then they're all... What about bread? We'll see. So yeah, I want to get additional storage for each of these. Okay, bread counts as well. Okay, storage for potatoes. And you don't want to... Actually, we do want you importing because we're going to need to move over a bunch from when we tear down the old farms. Then corn. Vegetables. And then bread. Okay, and these are all going to be belted in. We're going to need belt splitters to do this. Flat is always going to be the same one. It's U-shaped sorters we're going to need. And we're also going to need balancers, because we're going to want to send the overflow off somewhere else. For these at least. Okay. Filter out potatoes. Filter out corn, and that should leave wheat on the belt. And then we want that to be the priority output on both of these. And then we'll go overflow from these. We should be okay to do it this way. Did we connect that to the right one? Yes, we did. And we're going to need to tweak this slightly. Are we? No, we can make this work. Let's flip these ones around. There we go. We can unpause all of that lot. Actually, no, let's get the entire... We'll get it all ready and then we'll unpause it. So this is going to carry our wheat. Actually, no, this carries our vegetables. So this can be connected in at this point. Keep it raised up. And then bring it down into there. So yeah, vegetables on that side, potatoes, corn and wheat on the other. This has wheat on the output, so it's going to be bread. Bread is made in a mixer, I want to say? No. In a baking unit. We do need to have the space for the overflow from those, so we'll put this here. This can just be fed straight in. Okay, that is flat. Do you need to route this as well? Route from this one. Actually, no, we should route from... Oh, I didn't realize that you had slightly different input types. Okay, we can still work with that. You get vegetables then, and you get bread and corn. Corn goes in there, bread goes in there. We're going to need to reorder this. Let's just remove everything up to here, the first splitter. that, paste you there, cut that, paste you there, cut that, paste you there. Okay, potatoes come off. U-shaped balancer, same deal, that goes there, flat balancer, goes there, U-shaped balancer, goes there, priority outputs, priority outputs, priority outputs. Alright, that is the wrong type. Okay. Let's do it the other way around then. If we cut that, mirror it, put that there, and you can output wheat instead, which will leave corn on the belt. And potatoes go in there. We actually don't need to then do the over the top bit. And that'll put vegetables into there, and we have our wheat coming off here. Are we going to be able to get you over the top? No. Because I actually want to handle the overflow so we can start making, what's it called from it? Compost. And then fertilizer. Okay, tree cutters are doing their job. Right, what do we do with the wheat? Mill. We mill the wheat. We mill 16 wheat to make 16 flour. 16 to 24. Can't currently do anything with corn mash. That's a flat good. We may as well run it into a flat balancer. I don't see why not. We're probably not going to need to enable the second one, but I want to have the second one wired up anyway. So I'll only build one of these first. This doesn't need water for the wheat recipe, and again, we're not using corn mash yet. Let's have a quick look at what we can do with corn mash. Nothing at the moment. Use to make ethanol later. Okay, U-shape. In fact, we don't need this kind of balancer. Not at the minute. We'll just split off. That should split. Can I get water through this gap here between them? Probably not. Oh, we can actually bring it over the top. Is that really going... That's going way higher than just... than I thought it should be able to. Okay. Okay, now we can do the output of this. Okay, so that sorts out the basic food. Now we need to worry about the overflow. If I go to potatoes... Actually, we do need to add an additional balancer. That stuff is all fine, but this bit here does need to have a load balancer on it. Because we need to be able to potentially pull off, well, not potentially, we will need to pull off an overflow. Let's tweak this. How is that not one line? Try again. Better. While we do want this built, we want them paused for now. Okay, potatoes. Okay, so we just run it through the digester to get fuel gas and compost, or we can run it through the mixer to get animal feed, which we can't do at the minute. Digester. Potatoes, vegetables, and wheat. So we can't run corn through here. Interesting. What can we use to get rid of excess corn? Animal feed, the corn mash. We can't do anything with the corn mash at the minute. I think we can probably just burn. Ah, we can actually run a boiler off the animal feed. Or run it through the mixer again to get more compost. Okay, so the reverse way of doing this is mixer, animal feed, or to compost. That's probably going to want to be that way around. And then we need mixer to get rid of the corn into animal feed. No, to get animal feed into compost. Mixer to get corn into animal feed. Actually, these aren't going to be running constantly. This we can probably run both recipes. And then just feed the output to the input. And just do that. Because it's only going to get corn, it's like once every 4 months. We need a splitter to do that. But that idea should work. So we move it back, sorter. Sort out the animal feed. And then compost into there. And then for everything else, how long are these processes? We could probably run all of them off a single one, recombine them all in. What can we run off fuel gas? Mix it in oxygen with oxygen to make diesel, or just burn it directly to get a cleaner form of power from that. It will be needed in the incineration plant much later. Better way to make cement. Hydrogen reformer. I appreciate the attempt, but I do still need you to clear out the area over here. And get rid of these first, and then worry about those. 14. We can see whether or not one is enough, rather than have one for each type of plant. And then we can just expand it out as necessary. And then add water and we get fertilizer. We put that water tank in the way. I could move it, that water's renewable. Why are you coming to that one to grab water from rather than here? Yeah, we'll have to move this. Don't mind the water storage being there, we'll have... You're only too high, aren't you? Yeah. Fertilizer storage we can put here, so I think we will put it there. That will be our organic fertilizer. Might need to be served by trucks. And then we'll have the actual fertilizer production up here. So we need those trees out the way. Let's figure out the routing and connections. Yeah, we need 2 belts. Still don't know how I'm going to get this out and over. Or the simplest way of getting it out and over, I should say. Let's do it this way. So there's our overflows. We are going to need to connect this up to the overflows as well. But we'll worry about that once we've figured out the specific location for fertilizer production. So, as a template, it's probably not how we're going to do it. I've lost track of where everything was. That was a mixer recipe, wasn't it? Fertilizer there. If the water's over here... And we could bring the fertilizer itself just straight to here. Then we just need to pipe that straight into there. And we can pull the water from straight from this tank. No, still need that to be emptied and pulled away. And then this can come out this way if we need it to. The digester doesn't need anything special. We do potentially need to expand it out, so if the digester goes there, yeah, does any part of this need water? Corn to animal feed to... The corn to animal feed we should probably actually do further north, because eventually we're going to be able to actually get animal feed, or animals rather, and rerouting the animal feed back up is not the best of ideas. Oh, when that's the case, or when that becomes the case, we can just reroute this. So we won't worry about that for now. Okay, so we do need to have 3 belts coming along here. The corn needs to be filtered off here to go into that, because we are reattaching them all to one belt. There's no need to have a whole bunch of different belts coming along. Let's pull the corn off. Corn goes in there. Pull the animal feed off. I got the feeling that something we're making also has an animal feed byproduct. This does. I don't think this has a sorting facility on it. It doesn't, does it? So we're going to have to break all of this down, because it won't work as it is. Did I get them backwards? Or did I just not connect it correctly? I must have just not connected it correctly. Speed that one up so that we can fix this. That's better. Okay, they're all connected. Water tank is gone. need to be gone before we can actually figure out that. And then shouldn't need, yeah, we don't need much water over there. In fact, let's give myself a little bit more room. And that will let us go up here and bring this along here. Let's make sure it's not connecting. Okay, pause that, pause that, pause that. But I am happy for that pipe work. So let's start construction of all of this. Let's check on some stuff over here, just make sure everything's still going. Yep, that's all fine, that's fine. That's fine. You have coal, you have allocation to dig more coal. Yep, although you are reaching the end of that allocation. When you do, you can get on that to work with that lot. And you've still got plenty to dig. And you're starting to dig down there. Is this wall done? I bet the wall is done. Okay, that's all fine. Right. Doesn't look like we're going to have any issues in the near future, so let's continue on. Okay. I imagine... yeah, compost is loose. If we need to expand this, we'll figure out something better later. We can... No, that's right. That goes into there. And potatoes and wheat go into here. We're going to need a place to store that gas, and then we also need to figure out what we want to do with that gas, but... that all works. Okay, that's been torn down, so... Oh, this comes out in a different belt entirely. I was an idiot. I didn't actually need to take down the bit that I took down. We just needed to bring this up and this way. Is that too close? Yeah, I knew you could do that. Silly thing. Okay, we're going to need to merge this onto this. For now, I think if we bring this along to here, don't connect, come over the top. Why do you need to go forward one in order to... Yeah, if that's what you need to do, that's what you need to do. Unless I still had snapping turned off. Okay. Now, do I want to do that way, or do I want to bring it back closer to the farm? I think I should bring them back closer to the farm and then run them by these. Yeah, no, let's change of plan again. Probably should have kept that, but never mind. Ah. Where's my undo button? Nope, stop, pause. This one does still want to be on the bottom. Let's just triple confirm that. Yeah, U is on the bottom. So So bring everything over to here. And then here we will bring it down. Let's give a little bit of gap between these two. Are those trees actually in the way? That one is, yes. And we'll bring this one out this way then. This will need to go over the top of this. Get to here. Okay, you've near enough cleared that at a minute. Okay, wrong button. Build all of that. Build all of that. Okay, I think I am happy to actually start the process. Which also means we should enable these. These have been being loaded up with food. I didn't want them to be shipping food over to them. I should have disabled shipping in before we started selling all of this lot. Do I mothball these now? The farms are already up, the food is already over there. The issue at the minute is more that all the population is here. Okay, let's take you down. What I can do is I can disable the belts. So we can export the food that's currently in the food markets over the existing one over to here. Once all of this is online, then we will... Let's temporarily pause your activation. We'll then build these three, which should be enough population for everyone. They're 130 each. They may not be. I may need to get 4 of them up and running. 70, 130. Yeah, that's going to leave some people homeless if we don't get 3 of these up. Or 4 of these up. Yeah, we'll get everything else built first. I'm happy to let the farms run. We have some spare workers, so let's get them running. It's fine, it doesn't need water. Let's assign some priorities. Build those first. Let's get everything over here for sorted first. Your luxury, you can be last. It's farms drying out. I'm not too worried about that. These can be last as well. Oh, right, yeah, we need to reconnect this in as well. Forgot about that. Bring you up and in. So that's the overflow for corn. Not corn, wheat, rather. Farm corn lost due to lack of water. Only one of these should have been making corn, and that was you. Let's unpause these to fill that tank, and then we'll repause them again. Once those trees are out of the way, we can then connect the overflows up. Once this, and this is ready, then we can start building the housing. Okay, I'll tear these down. I am happy with them. That'll give us a few extra resources. Can't really start tearing any of this down yet. Oh, you're done. You have flattened out the trash. Although there is still some trash there. Do I really want to get rid of all of it? Am I going to be that pedantic about it? I'm going to be that pedantic about it, aren't I? Otherwise, I'm going to see it and I'm going to want to get rid of it. So let's cancel that entire area, including that. Dig down. Flatten out. Dig down, flatten out. Have you really run out of places to dump the dirt? What about over here? This isn't in range of this at the minute. You should be able to dump here. Yeah, the problem is that the trucks aren't pulling the dirt or taking the dirt away rather than that. It's got nowhere to put them at the minute. Insufficient trucks because of all the work going on over here. Okay, hopefully they've now sorted that. I'm not sure why they build these when they're a lower priority. Actually, I do know why. Because they're construction materials 2, and that means construction material 1. Okay, the infrastructure's all here now. I'm going to temporarily disable the output on that. Actually, no. We'll let them use the fertilizer. It's not going to make much difference at this point. Tank is filling. Okay, we're going to need actually only can I get these to be built in a particular order? I would really like this one to be built first. And then resources to put this one be brought second. And this one third. And then this one fourth. And then this one last. Construct them in order, please. Good, that's all disabled. I'll allow that for now. Still not doing anything with this yet. Can a fluid storage hold it? One assumes fluid storage must be able to hold it. Yes. We just need to do something with it. We could ship it down to here to add it to this for the fuel boiler, the boiler here for the time being. Or we could turn it into diesel. We'd need to crack the oxygen. I think we will do in the long term, because we're going to remake this fuel, or this distillery. Oil distillation area. We're going to rebuild it, so we will build it with that in mind. But for now, we just need to be able to get rid of what we've got. So I will put a tank here. We will allocate it to fuel gas. Keep that full. Import only. Pipe that into there. We'll have a bigger fluid storage down here. This one, do not import, you may export. We can probably, I wonder. I wonder if fuel gas can be used as vehicle fuel. Okay, you are in fact running. Now that is something I did not consider. How can it have a lack of water? Are you not piped in? It's not piped in. Why are you not piped in? The answer to that is obvious. I forgot to pipe it in. Okay, that tank is full, so let's turn these off and we'll see whether or not one of these is enough to keep these fields green. So that's going to be out of sync with the rest of these, because they should be... Yeah, you should be on wheat? Yeah, you should be on wheat in a minute. We'll have to see about cycling it later. Okay, we haven't run out of coal just yet. Even though our trucks are very busy. Okay, they've ripped up our farms and they've pulled back the pipes, which is good because they will use those to produce or hopefully build over here. Can I buy in any... No, construction material ones. Okay, this is all ready. So yeah, we're going to need to give this a buffer. So we need to move the entire thing, or... Let's pause for a second while I think about this. Because all the wheat comes in bursts on each individual harvest. So we need a wheat buffer so that we're not just voiding the wheat from the most recent harvest while these process through. Apparently we never unpaused that. I think the easiest way to do it would be to put it in here, but we're going to have to then disassemble a bunch of different things. Okay, let's take this down. And this line down. Speed these up so we can fix them faster. Put in loose storage. We may as well give it a large loose storage. Of course I made that the entire thing. We'd have to tear the whole thing down if we'd wanted to do it properly. We're not going to. Let's get that going. So we need this out here and something out here. Let's put it out here instead. We can bring this around, keep it up high for a second. We're going to have a weird bump there, but never mind. Okay, so that'll sort that out. Let's pause, so presumably population shouldn't be able to... Yeah, it's not including my population cap at the minute. Let's give that highest priority. And we can actually fix that a little bit quicker. We come over here and we disable... that belt and that belt. Oh, you are out of dirt. We're getting some dirt from here, so that should be fine. It's with the transportation problem again. All this building is using up all our resources. Well, all of our logistical resources. We only need it to run once, so we can get this up and running, and then we can cycle it through to roughly where it should be in its loop. Come on, I know the bricks were going in there. It's perfectly possible that a truck has already picked up our basic. There they are. Okay, where in the cycle should you be? You should be on corn. It's going to be slightly out of sync with what the rest of them should be doing, but that should sort it. Do we actually have any bread? We have no bread. Why do we have no bread? Ah, yes, because pipe. We're overloaded on potatoes now. Oh, we got 2 of these up. I need to get 4 of them up so then I can just disable all of this and tell it to tear all of this down. We lose in unity because of things we've turned off. Let's do that so that I can then remove this, remove that, remove that. Make them slightly unhappy for a while. Don't know what I'm going to do about all of this stuff. It's not currently in the way, but I think it will be in the long term. Once I'm sure that we've got everything that needs basic construction resource or construction materials built, then I'll start getting second tier construction materials back underway again. And I think we actually do have it all now. We are getting bread. Okay, just the pipe? Just the pipe. We are waiting on just the pipe. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's materials on the way for the pipe, so I won't won't speed it up. At least I assume someone has picked it up and is bringing it over. It is a long way away though. This is always going to be the problem with this particular building. They have a long way to go, that's why they're so busy at the moment. Let's bring our total amount up to 60. That is one too many. Once we've done with all of this, it should settle back down. Okay, let's speed things up until this is built. Our overflow is starting to get overfilled. I don't know where you're getting Construction Mark IIs from. Okay. Nothing should be building Construction Mark IIs, we've disabled the input belts. Now they should start going again. Okay, let's start the move. Because we'll get some resources back from these. How much food this is going to last for, but that's fine. Don't import. Do we have the Unity? Oops, I didn't mean to pause the construction. I meant to unpause it as a housing thing. That's just basic resources. I think we can get rid of... Oh, that's still attached. Still. So yeah, if we get rid of this one then we can grab this. How many workers do you take? 8. I didn't think about that. That would have actually have blocked up our food. How close are we to being able to do that? Okay, people, you may now breed again. And we'll also unpause the beacon. Ah, this still doesn't work properly. We need this to be on the other side of this. Okay. So the order of operations is... Pause for a second. New output into there. Wrong type. This output's into here. Really? You can't direct connect? Ah, blast. I can get it to work. Just means that all of this is going to be a little bit more awkward. But it'll still do the job. Okay. Actually, we should give it room for if for some reason we need to add water to it. There we go. Now it'll do what it's supposed to do. We're going to need to get some workers down here before too long. That's fine though. Let's turn that off for now. They've almost cleared up this area, which is good. That means that they will then start moving to clear these areas so we can get concrete up and running. Wean ourselves off bricks. Still not sure what I'm going to do about, in the long term, saplings. We have plenty of trees to be cutting down. We're not going to need wood, are we? I don't think once we stop using bricks we're going to need wood for much, but the tree things, not the tree things, the water collectors. Okay, household goods are going to need wood again. And we do actually need them for construction parts. Okay. Is that trash? That's trash. There's an area of trash we've missed. We missed it a long time ago because we built over the top of it. This cannot be left to stand. All remaining trash on the map must be collected because I say so. And for no other reason. Are they still building over here? They do have places to dump rocks, right? I know they're not moving any at the minute. Indeed, this is currently accessible. Let's disconnect it so that we can get them to do this bit here so I can finish building this retaining wall, or this part of the retaining wall. It's going to be a long time until we actually need to use that part of the retaining wall, but I want to have it built. Almost done, and then once it is we can rip down the remainder of the old housing area, and then hopefully also turn this back on, although I might leave that off in lieu of being able to power all of these, although we should get some new population in them shortly. At that point it's not going to be a problem. Tree cutters have almost got it all. Now we'll leave these trees here. It gives us additional building area here, and we have some more building area up here. This stuff may all get moved up there later, but for now it's fine where it is. something that I need to consider is do we just burn off any overflow? I don't think we can burn off fertilizer, but I think compost we can burn off. Or at least dispose of it. Okay, compost can be dumped. Constantly can be dumped only in mine control towers areas with a dumping filter set or by enabling the global dumping filter. Okay, yeah. So we could stockpile and then dump compost. Which I'm assuming gets treated much like dirt, but I could be wrong. I highly doubt that we're going to be able to... I want to be able to click this to go to it. Okay, there is a liquid dump for fertilizer, if we need to. Would that be the way? What about animal feed? Okay, only particular things can be turned into animal feed. Animal feed can be burnt, though. Almost done. You should have had a full truckload. I changed the settings so that everything must be a full truckload. These are partial truckloads. These are extremely partial truckloads. I disabled that like 5 minutes ago. There's no way it's had that long carrying that small amount over here. Is it just because the storage is empty? There isn't any more in storage over there, so it's just grabbing the minimum that it can, or the maximum it can? That may just be the case. Because we don't have enough in storage, it just grabbed the amount that was available in storage. I think the remainder of it is probably on its way over now. Okay, coal is starting to become an issue if we can't... Or if they don't start actually... No, they just... There was 12 available. Something just grabbed 4. Specifically 4. If enabled, and there are no jobs in the queue, trucks can be assigned to deliver jobs that don't necessarily utilize their cargo fuel capacity, e.g. 50% cargo utilization. This makes logistics more responsive in the early phase of your islands. However, later on, it is reasonable to disable this to save on fuel costs. We have disabled it, they're not respecting it. New refugees. Oh, that message disappeared quicker than I wanted it to. Okay, now we can tear down what was over here. I want to disable or get rid of the settlement. Go on, leave, bugger off. How do I destroy the settlement? Do I need to get rid of what waste is still in there? We've kicked everyone out, so that's not a problem. It may be that we need to wait for this to disappear first, and then it might let us get rid of this. There we go. What's going to happen to the waste that was in that settlement? Okay, you've done. For now, the only thing I want to be redumped back in this area is dirt. And I don't need you making potatoes and the like anymore. Okay, and we have 30 workers, so... all three, please. Now that's a problem. That is a problem I didn't expect to be a problem. Why are you jammed? Ah, because there's animal feed on here. So I need another U-shaped sorter. I'd love to be able to just drop it straight on there. Okay. We'll see if that works. How do I destroy what's in the belt at the minute? It's got potatoes, that has corn. Yeah, it's this and those two bits there that are the problem. Things haven't quite backed up far enough to be a problem yet. Have we run out of all the corn? We have 4 spare unity per we're getting a lot of spare unity. So we have some spare unity. Turn these back on. And we do need to build some unity back up again because we have spent a bunch, so that'll be fine. But you have water, you're getting rid of your waste. I don't know what the throughput is though. 20, okay, that's fine, you'll last for ages. Okay. You're not far off being over capacity, but you're okay for the time being. Okay, good. You're still not moving at the minute, though. There we go. We got the bits off of it that needed to get off of it. And animal feed is making it through anyway? Or is that... No, that's corn, that's fine. There is some animal feed on the way, though. Have you stopped because you're full, or stopped because of something else? You've stopped because you're full of potatoes. Outstanding. Okay. So that's that fixed, hopefully. And we'll need to keep an eye on it to make sure nothing else breaks. Okay, you've dug out all of your areas, so we shall cancel everything here. Tell you to... reflatten that. Reflatten that. Reflatten that. And while they're doing that, we can also tell it to start chipping away at the next part of the mountain. Trucks are still extremely busy, but I think everything else is fine. Incompatible sorting plants. Now, where the devil have you picked up slag from? Oh. Well, and even then, it shouldn't have flattened that out with slag. Okay. Tree cutters still have work to do. There should be no reason for trucks to make themselves or make their way to there, and likewise now we don't want trucks touching these either. Okay, surplus of corn. Ah, right, it emptied because this holds 400 and it holds 380 or 360? 360. That's why it managed to empty itself out. I'm going to disable the output of fertilizer for now. Just so that we can have a stockpile of it. We don't need any for current construction requirements. It looks like it's steadily emptying. Okay, more refugees. And yeah, we've not got any corn arrive over here yet, either. Okay. Fuel gas. For now, don't allow it to overfill. How much is that? That's 60. I'll allow them to pick it up to bring it over to here when it fills up. In fact, shouldn't it be, or shouldn't, yeah, it should be exporting from there anyway to try and keep this full, but that'll hopefully help anyway. Right. Now we can start thinking about moving the oil processing. That will slowly get itself built. Let's remove its higher priority or its lower priority, because our total population is almost at our cap again. Food there should be fine. We do need more water. See whether that is sufficient. Okay. Now, I can't just copy paste this and put it over there because the layout needs to be different. These don't need to be here. This is going to be our input. I think I do still want to have a tank for each of these. I don't see any reason not to have these directly connected, but I should check ahead at future oil refinement to see whether or not... Is it heavy oil? I think it might be medium oil. It's medium oil. Okay, medium oil never gets used again for anything else. It's always just going to be a one-to-one input. I don't know why it's highlighting ramps, but... Oh, medium bridge. we search for medium bridge or medium rather than oil. Okay, so yeah, we can just have them right next to each other again. So stage 1 distillery directly into a stage 2 distillery. Question then becomes, how do I want to lay out multiple of these? I am just tempted to copy the rest of this. But we would then need to get the waste out, the sour water. So light oil becomes naphtha here. To be converted into a bunch of different things if you want to. Wait, I thought... Oh, we can convert naphtha into steam. And what about heavy oil? It's all the way over here. Which also just gets turned into diesel and naphtha. So it doesn't look like they have any real use on their own. The only use is to turn them into diesel or naphtha. At least at the moment. Maybe they'll change that later. Okay, fair enough. I can't really use a waste pile or liquid dump over here, can I? We can. Just if we really wanted to. I was going to have the waste liquid dumped up here. Which I still might do. It does just mean that we have to route all of that up that way. Okay, let's flip it, rotate it. No, we'll have them in entirely separate parts of this. So yeah, let's just use the one that we had, or the setup that we had already, because that works. Move this over a bit. Room to grow. We only need one set at the minute. But theoretically, this pipe has enough throughput to be able to handle all of them. I'm not going to want any vehicles coming along here, so I am happy to block things off. Nope, that's fair. Wait, why are you now? Silly thing. Okay. Steam's going to be generated over here, so... How much does each of these take? 6. We'll prep the idea of having 4 of these. And then we can always build extra out, but we'll work on this assumption for now. Not enough housing. Wait. You're supposed to be flattening that out. Why have you dug out? I need you to very specifically add your dirt back to here. What's the collapse chance? I mean, if this entire building collapses because part of the fence, then that's just ridiculous, but we'll allow that to happen if that's what's going to happen. It'll be a learning experience. Okay, we need to turn you off for a moment because refugees. Quick deliver. Problem fixed. Okay. And again, a small amount of fertilizer. And it has now cleaned out the belt good. That's stockpiling. This all appears to be stockpiling. The amount of settlements they're using is a lot lower. This is the overflow. And our production is... An average line would be nice, but I guess that's too much to ask. We'll see. We'll have to keep an eye on it. There's no way that we should currently run out of food, but we should still keep an eye on it. I do think I want to move this at some point. Maybe once we've got all of this knocked down, we'll move this farm up to here. Okay. This power plant, do we move it? If we did, I would kind of want to put it up here. But then that means the boiler's going to have to be further away. Because burning this stuff alone is not, or this thing alone is not going to be sufficient. Wait, the flare stack's running? Oh, the flare stack was running because this thing hadn't had fuel gas import enabled. So things are clogged. And that's just going to burn off the excess for now. Hello, Epic. This should not be on. Not that it's going to make any difference, but they shouldn't be on. If two fluids hit it at the same time, then it's not going to be able to push out to here. I wonder if I can aid that a little bit. If I was to do that, no, even then it's not going to help too much. It might work better if this was actually connected directly to that. It'll still do the job. Okay. So yeah, do we move the entire power plant to here, or do we keep it closer to the coal and then just route the steam a long way? I mean, there's nothing stopping us belting the coal over still. It is an option. Let's deal with the wastewater first. I should probably move this. If I want to keep all my wastewater disposal up north in this area here. Well, I can squeeze it in here. I don't know if it's a good idea to actually go ahead and do that. Where to put things? Where to put things? Now that we have space to use. I think we do just copy this section here. Remember that we do need a place for the boilers as well. We'll bring the coal over to here, even if we have to belt it over eventually. What I'm tempted to do, though, all the steam need goes in the same direction, so keep that as is. I want to give this setup a bit more space, so let's rebuild that manually. There they are. Boiler. Gas boiler. Large stack. How much does this get rid of? 600. A lot. None of these produce a waste liquid. Or waste gas, rather. But if we want more boilers... That's annoying. Boilers require people to operate. In theory, I don't think anything else needs water input, does it? This is the only thing that might need it. No, it's fine. Yeah. These are the only things that need water input. We will take a tier 2 pipe out of here. We'll bring it over to here. We should send the steam up to the power system first. So, steam, I think I was going to have at height 3. That was the plan, wasn't it? No, waste is at height 3, steam's at height 2 everywhere. Right, yeah, no, you can't do... Actually, no, because we haven't connected that in. Yeah, that's a vertical one. Yeah, no, that's not possible. What we need is this to here, and then up twice. There's our steam pipe. Run that into a pipe balancer. Connect that directly in. There we go. Okay. So still waiting for dirt to drop, but it looks like all of that lot's done, so that can all be picked up and removed. Remove waste from that. You have still been told to level those, haven't you? Yeah. Just been told to level them with dirt. Okay. There's not going to be much crossover here, but we are going to need another one of these. Potentially, just to make sure things still have the possibility to get over. Okay. Waste steam can go over there for now. Actually, no, doesn't that want to be going into a... Yes, so we can pipe that back. And bring it into here instead. And none of that needs to be tier 2 pipe. Can I? I can't easily. We'll keep that bit tier 1 pipe so that if we expand this, or tier 2 pipe, so if we expand this, it still works. The rest of this can be tier 1. No, we don't need this to be that high up on this end. It doesn't matter. It works. Although, thinking about it, I may want to tweak this slightly. Yeah, because we want to have a priority input for the steam. We want it to tell it not to use the coal first, so we do need to have separate outputs for steam. So we need to cut that entire section there. Move it slightly. Disconnect that. Might as well redo this bit properly. Priority input is that one. Priority output is to power. Then this comes over to here and out to there. Okay, that's steam redesignated. You can import to here. I don't want to export them from here. Actually, there's no reason not to allow it to export from there. Okay, is there anything we're forgetting from any of this? You have your water, you have your outputs, you have your coal. Have your priority output. And the rest of it's going to be your overflow inputs. Okay, so now we need to take steam out from here. Okay. And if we run that to there, then that'll let us do this. Okay, that's all the inputs for these. Looks like they've about finished fixing that, so let's tell them to finish leveling off the rest of it. That was the area I wanted them to level. And then we'll dump our fluids along here. Oh, had everything actually run out of places to dump? Can they still dump here? Coal's fine, iron's fine. I mean, our stockpiles are basically full at the minute. We could get the rest of this stuff built, even if we don't turn it on at the minute, just to have the option. I don't think we're in dire need of copper either, so when we will have them built, we won't have them turned on. And we can turn them on as we need the production. So why have you decided... because you probably can't reach over here anymore. Yeah, that'll be the problem. They can't actually reach over here because they've dug down here. Far enough that it's reduced the size of the wall that they were driving along. Okay. Let's have some big tanks. These the right way round? They are. Pipe balancer again. Yep, there's no need for a truck to be here, so I am happy to do this way. There's our overflow pipes. Okay, they're configured fine. What is our output? 6, 12. So for this lot, oops, are they all on the bottom level? They are. Got to figure out where we're going to put the diesel. I think we'll take the diesel out on the highest level. That's going to need to be in tier 2 pipes. Not that we're going to be turning all of this on for any length of or anytime soon, but in the future. We should probably route it left first so that we can route it into here. Run it along here. We'll move this one. We'll probably have, yeah, we'll have like a couple of tanks here that's dedicated for keeping this lot fueled. And then keep running the pipe somewhere else to bring it, say, over to here. So everything else can collect its fuel from there. Seems reasonable. Okay, so we'll bring this out on the lowest level. These two can connect together. And then we'll connect these three all together. We are getting low on vegetables. How's that? How can we be full on everything but low on vegetables? Did we have 2 poor vegetable harvests? Did we run out of water? Why is our settlement consuming more vegetables than it used to? It's consuming less potatoes. Why is it consuming more vegetables? Oh, because it's the only source of vitamins. I see. We have 3 separate sources for these and only 1 source of vitamins. So we're actually going to need to tweak this so that vegetables are getting run twice every cycle. Because we have an overabundance of everything else. Okay, you run vegetables, then potatoes, then vegetables. No, I'm going to be feeding it fertilizer soon. But the amount of extra you get for resting isn't that much. So for example, if I take this off, then that's still way more than I need. And this just moves the 1 that was on here into 3 here. So it all works out roughly the same. They don't need to rest. And yeah, we have fertilizer being prepped. How long that fertilizer will last is anyone's guess though. I think it is, but it uses water, which isn't a problem anymore, but it was previously. So you're not running wheat. So you cannot run quark corn. You cannot run potatoes, so vegetables, corn. Actually, no, vegetables, corn, vegetables. And we'll keep this on a full cycle. That'll hopefully fix the vegetable problems. I mean, if you try to keep it a maximum, then yeah, you will have fertilizer problems. At the minute, we're not massively actually producing fertilizers. It's just any waste food is being delivered as fertilizer. Okay, and these can all connect to one pipe. One pipe that will be up to... In fact, up 1, it can be up 2. Yeah, we don't need to do it this way, but we will do. Okay, that's that side of things sorted again. I feel like we're missing something other than the output for the diesel. It's possible this water won't be enough, but we'll see. It's going to depend upon how often it rains. At the minute, we're not using the full, or won't be using the full capacity of the steam. So 35, 70. Produces 70 water per second while it's raining. Yeah, that's not going to end up being enough. So we probably are going to have a water pipeline, or... No, we'll have a desalination plant, is what we'll do. We have the extra space. We can put a desalination plant up here to get the extra water from there. I am blind. It's not a desalination plant, it's water desalination. What's it done in? Basic distillery. That's 60 seawater in. So 2 for every one of these. And doesn't need coal, doesn't it? Yeah. I might belt the coal down here then. Or more accurately, bring the desalination plant to where the coal is. And we can put a priority pipe up here to tell it to pull from those tanks first and only use this second. I know it would need to be there. I'm going to have this belt be a bit wonky then. Just because I don't want to disrupt the flow of traffic too much. Can I bring those out and over the top? How much exhaust is this? Not much. So that is possible. Different kind of waste gas, so can't merge it with any of those. Fresh water, pipe balancer. So we will need to bring seawater over. We're also then going to need to take brine back. So that needs to be a bigger bridge. How much brine we getting? One pipe's worth. We should probably figure out specifically where it's going to go before we do that. I'll see what inputs. Okay, it's needing to curve around that. Even though technically it could go straight over the top of it. If that's the case, then we'll bring it this way around. And none of this can be connected to. Yeah, we will have that over there then. This actually wants to be a tier 2 pipe, doesn't it? Because that outputs at 100 and something odd. Okay, so we can actually take it over the top of one of these connectors if we wanted to. There's going to be a bridge over there. Why can't I upgrade it in place? I'd have to replace the entire pipe. Or build it, then replace the, or upgrade the entire pipe. Okay, we know where the route is. Let's replace it with the right tier pipe. So come out here, we go up 3. Bring it in a straight line. Bring it to there, over to here. One sec, just need to check this. Okay, just a confirmation of something that I already knew. Okay, so that's seawater in. Okay. Liquid dump. Okay, we have 3 separate dumps here. Sour water. We're going to need at least 2 for sour water. I wonder what happens if I throw them all into... What if I just do it that way? And then just mix them all up. Will it figure it out? So we're definitely going to have brine, we're going to have sour water. And we should have wastewater as well. Sour water is potentially going to end up being, if all of this is running, we're going to have more than 8, or have a tier 2 pipe worth of it. Okay, how are we not keeping up with production of this? Oh, we've run out of bricks. No, we have bricks. How can you not have any wood? I mean, sure, I just emptied it, but... It's got a whole bunch over here it can shift over. Vegetables are still low, but I don't think they've necessarily had enough time to fully loop. Yeah, production hasn't gone up or increased yet. Okay, let's deliver the sour water first, which should be this topmost pipe here. Is that a tier 2 pipe? That isn't. Okay, we need to replace some of these. the sake of future-proofing. Okay, so there's our sour water pipe. Let's figure out where we're going to put our diesel pipes first. Okay, don't keep that full anymore. That can be emptied out. Let's unpause these. We will run this over the top and in. We'll let the pipe empty before we tear it down. So where are we going to have our fuel? I want to leave some space here in case we want to increase diesel storage. Let's have the actual fuel storage still be in line with this, but we'll have it up here. Do we only want one? We'll only have one, but again, room for expansion. Oops, I accidentally paused. They can't quite get to there because there's not enough space here. We can tweak this slightly. I actually want to go up. That wasn't what I was trying to do, but I think an autosave got in the way. For now, let's just tell them to continue cutting out. This area here. We was actually starting to run out of coal. I appreciate you digging this bit, but we do need more coal. Otherwise the power plant's going to turn itself off. Thank you. Tree harvesters has no tree to harvest. That's a problem that I like to have. That means we can now move this section to here, where we wanted it to be. Cut down this area here for me. And then probably going to need this bit here cut down. We'll get the whatchamathingy up and running first. The replacement. You're now getting wood again? I thought I fed these both into their own load balancers, but I guess not. I mean, why am I doing it that way? That helps, but all I really need to do is turn that on. Problem solved. Do we still have places to dump? You know, if you had been a little bit more tactical with that, you could have got out of here. I want to press L for leveling. That's not the button for leveling. Okay, these things are now in the way. I have to keep it half full so that we can then pipe this lot out. I would still like to have a storage area somewhere nearby this thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can I get one more lot in? In fact, warehouse district. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I forgot about that. We've had that sitting and waiting since last episode. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Iron scrap, copper scrap. How do we have these set up? These are the lowest priority. Used for emergency storage only for the most part. Iron. Copper. Bricks. Concrete slabs. Spare wood is plenty of other places to go. Plus we export it more than we import it anyway. Electronics. Cement is also something that we've managed to pick up. Damn you. Can I get that to be delivered directly to... It's a long way away for it to go. If I turn that on, will you pick that up and take it over there? Maybe not at the minute with that enabled or disabled. Maybe now it'll get rid of it. What else could we reasonably want to import that's loose storage? Coal, emergency potatoes. We can't allocate glass yet. We'll allocate rubber because we do keep picking up rubber. We have electronics down there. Let's swap those around actually. Your rubber. Your electronics. I think we found vehicle parts out and about. Wood is plenty enough other places to go, and we'll leave those blank. Okay. So... unpause that. increase production in general. Okay, that part is sorted, so let's allow them to continue to build the bridge. Although, actually, we'll allow them to continue to build the bridge, but we'll also make sure they know that they can build that. We've almost finished the iron. Copper should be fine because we are digging down this here. We'll see whether or not this is sufficient. I imagine it's going to get to the point where this may actually want to collapse, but we'll see. Okay, we need that to be emptied. Did we? We haven't yet. We have brick problems still. Getting the concrete and the light, all of this up and running is probably going to be the next thing we do. Good, tree cutters are down here. Okay, it is time we took our break. We'll allow things to tick over for a while. See how things go. So I'll get myself something to eat, something to drink. I'll be back in about 15-20 minutes. At the rate we're going, it doesn't look like we're going to get steel done, but we should hopefully get the oil facility moved over to its permanent location. And then hopefully we'll get cement up and running as well. But we'll leave it there for now. I'll take my break. I'll see you in 15-20 minutes, so I'll see you in a bit. Okay, I'm back. Yes. Do we need more diggers in here? Or is it just that they're currently working on the areas that have the least coal in it? Might be worth us getting some more diggers in there. The coal is stable, but the problem is that we're obviously out of iron. Or rather, we will be out of iron soon. Did we not get reputation up to 2 there? Oh no, so we need to donate more to them, do we? Reputation is 2 here, 1 here. Okay. We'll worry about that later. We need those resources for other things first. We don't need as many diggers here. And I realised something that we forgot to do earlier, but it should be fine. Is that empty now? That's empty. If that's empty, then we don't need this. And that pipe should also be empty, more or less. Yeah. You empty? No, but you can be emptied. Wait, make sure it clears up all of that correctly before we then hook this back up. Although this bit we can hook up now. You only need a basic pipe. We can upgrade it later if it needs to be more. For now, this will do. Let's free up, that's 2. If most of this is rock, then this might hold up even when we get down to -10. We'll see. Are we just not sifting enough coal? Still having problems with vegetables. We'll see how that does. Okay. These are full, so these will start backing up now. Coal is starting to get where it needs to go, but we are out of iron. Okay, that's fine. That's keeping up. We'd have a problem if it wasn't. We can probably turn that off again. I forget whether or not the setting requires it to go through here. Potentially we could use a second belt of coal, but we'd have to move everything. Okay, our coal supply is actually increasing again. So I don't need to worry about it for the time being. It's on its way back up. Okay, good. They've been built. Can you hurry up and build that so that we can move everything from here over to there? I don't know why there's iron ore in there, but... Okay, and we're starting to produce our basic stuff again. I need this out of the way so I can actually make the pipe. Although I think... Yeah, no, we can still route this pipe now, because I don't think this pipe is going to go... Bringing this pipe along here. I kind of wish the maximum length of the pipe was equivalent to the maximum length of, or a multiple of the maximum length of the standoffs. Okay, so that's one waste liquid over there. Brine. I have no reason to allow a digger into this area in the middle here. So I think I'm fine to take brine. We'll have to... We can bring it along this line here, actually, alongside it. This wants to be... Basic pipe is enough, at least for 2 of these. That's weird. It's perfectly happy to go... That's 4 high. It doing that. It has some weird ideas of what it can and cannot do. I mean, I just want to... I know why it won't. There's not enough standoffs for it. It can't build a stanchion through the bridge or onto the bridge. So when I try to just go straight over the bridge, it can't. But doing it that way, can we get this up to here? I don't want to block off any other lines that I want to go through. Actually, no, we do want to be taking it underneath the bridge. There's no reason not to take it under the bridge. That's not... I just remembered how I was going to do this in the first place. And that was a perfectly reasonable way of doing it. Bring it along here. Around here. Gonna have to do a little bit of snaking. Do you have to be? You do have to be. Okay. We would have to reroute that slightly, but we can always just keep bringing this along here. Now, why'd you do a weird loop there? And why'd I have to notice it? If I hadn't have noticed it, I wouldn't now be doing this. No, I'm going to do it from this side. There we go. That'll do. Okay, the one thing that we haven't moved over here yet is rubber. Got plenty of coal. We are now out of iron. No one is providing this. There's plenty of coal here. Why aren't you picking it up? Now, how did that not have... I swear I've done this before. I swear I've done that before. But I've done it so many times on other things, then it could easily just be me forgetting. Okay, we do need to still make rubber. I'm not going to get better rubber processing until we get NAFTA. Where's cooking oil coming from? Oh, soybeans. It's actually in here. Cooking oil's coming from soybeans. Soybeans. Rather than oilseed rape. So yeah, it's going to be a while yet until we can get a different form of plastic, so we do need to have plastic production. That's our diesel output, is it not? No, we want to do it from here. I'm going to bring this down to 2 rather than 3. No, I do want this next to rather than under it, because we are going to want to... Tree harvesters have no trees. Okay. So rubber. Rubber is the last thing we need to do, and then everything is moved, or we can start moving everything over, and it's all future-proofed. Rubber is the only thing you make. And we need to export the wastewater. We also need coal. We can borrow the coal from here. No, that's fine. I have upgraded those, yeah, to bigger tanks. Take the waste liquid along there and then underneath. Split the coal off from there easily enough. Strange input lag on that. Okay. We are ready to start moving everything over, I think. We need to figure out the order of operations that we need to build stuff, though. I think we should get the power generator up first. Pause for a moment while I think about this. We're going to be reliant on coal for the time being. So Get all of this pipework online. Don't worry too much about this lot. We need the steam online. Need coal online. Return pipes online. The reason I want to get this done first is because this has a chunk of iron in it, and I would like to just be able to shift over as much of those resources to here. We only need 2 of these running, in theory. So if we get these running, we can then start disassembling the other one, build the rest of this, and then start moving everything else around. Okay, you do not want to be importing or exporting from anymore. Good. We don't want to disable exporting from here just yet. Tree harvesters are done. They have done a good job. Okay, let's get that all going. Okay, that's going to be easy enough to work around. So we can build another one of these here-ish. We could put one on either side if we wanted to. And that will hold concrete slabs. And then there's nothing on the lowest level. We only need to go up to 1 level to get into there, so we can just belt straight in. If we take it from... I think we're going to need to take it from the outside. Yeah. Take it from that one, then it should just go straight in. There's something in the way, apparently. You're only supposed to be going up to 1. Are you trying to avoid going over the top of that thing? Can I force you just to go over the top of that thing? Because I'm quite happy for you to go over the top of that thing. Connect to that. No, that wasn't what I was trying to connect to. Try again. See, you can do it. I think. Why won't it... I want to be able to block the front of that. I don't need it to be open. We'll have to move them out by one. Just to satisfy its finickiness. Now it will go in fine. Okay, future-proofing. Although this bit we can't do anything with in a minute. Have you got this up and running? Coal is up, boiler's up. Pipe work is done. Okay, get me that, and that online. And we can also get this online, that online. All of that. There's a separate mode, is there? Ah. It only told me about the one. If this wasn't over here, I would have paid more attention to it. So we can get it to do what we want it to do. We just have to put it in a slightly different mode. So we want to connect, but we don't want that. There. That'll do. Thank you. Okay. That can be disassembled. And no, we'll wait a bit. Okay, that's all okay, that's all good. So this should now be able to fire up if it needs to. Got steam running. Okay. These things should have steam, they're just not up to speed yet. And for the time being, we can re-enable these. Okay, now that they've been disassembled, we can tell all of these to build. Because we're fairly sure this water isn't going to be enough, we should also start telling all of this lot to come online. We actually have a bunch of spare Unity. Hey, vegetables are keeping up again now. Kind of doesn't make sense to have this innate or... If I want more farm stuff... Actually, no, because if we get more farm stuff, we'll also get more fertilizer. But we have a decent amount of Unity, so I'll turn that one off as well. And that'll give us 0.5 spare. I imagine dirt is the problem. Dirt is mostly the problem. Coal is also a slight problem, but it's being worked on. Yeah, there's plenty for it to go through. Mine tower has no place to dump products. Oh, there's dirt about. Trucks are just busy again. 'Tis to be expected when a major construction project is underway. Okay. Do not deliver to there. But you can pick up from there. We'll get the storage online first so that we can empty the other storage into these. Okay. Did you run out of steam? You ran out of steam because no one's bringing you coal. That's because you have not been set correctly. Power failure all over. It'll fix itself once it gets more coal in. Okay. Steam output is full because we've turned everything off. Okay, this is top priority. Someone bring it coal. Not enough diggers digging for coal. Okay. Okay, again, Steam again. Just needed to get up to speed. Have we gone through all the fertilizer? We have done. It's not like we're producing it, or producing any significant quantity of it. Probably not. I have all the realism things turned on, I have starvation turned on, and then it's set to the medium difficulties for both the starting location and the general difficulty. And I didn't touch anything else, I don't believe. It's all up and ready. So yeah, I'm going to lose some resources doing this, but that's fine. This is a permanent setup. This was considered a permanent setup until I couldn't actually get the oil tanker over here. It's kind of annoying because you would think this ship would more be able to get down here, but because of the way that this thing works, it needs a clear line, just a clear straight line, and that ain't happening unless I put it like out here. Still struggling to get this up and running. Come on. Yeah, that pipe should be big enough. That pipe's big enough. It's mostly just going to be the coal rather than anything else. Yeah, it's out of coal again. We need to get a bunch of coal so we can get it up to speed. Why are you delivering? What is the fucking point of this if it is not obeying it? You should be delivering a full container of coal, not 5. You were delivering more with it turned on. And this isn't even the highest priority. Some of these things just don't work right. If this is highest priority, I should not come over here and see a truck delivering to here. That's why there's a problem. there's a problem because this thing causes it to ignore that. And I was working the assumption that I copied it from over here. We actually don't need the coal over here now. Or the water for that matter. Okay, that should fix it. Okay, I accept. My fault. I forgot I'd actually set specific paths. Still, I'd prefer it if these trucks would actually deliver full loads. Okay, loose storage 2, invalid route assigned. I'm presuming that's referring to this, yeah. Okay. I'll let it get a little bit more first, because I want this thing to be able to just run continually for a bit so that these things can actually get up to speed. And then that will fix our power problem. And once that's running, then we'll start building the rest of this. We probably won't... we have the resources. We may as well build these, but these are going to be turned off, so let's turn them off. Save me having to remember to do it later. Okay. Get that running. Just to get this stuff transferred over. Likewise, I should probably turn these pipes off for now, so that we can start bringing the oil over as well. The oil we only need to do on the front ones, because the back feed into the front. Okay, it's up and running, it's up to speed, coal is keeping up. Those tanks are up. Okay. Need to figure out somewhere else that we can put those backup generators. We are going to need that lot done as well. Okay, all good so far. Let's bring this online so that we can shift this over. That's what all of this space is for. Speaking of which, this lot needs to be taken down and this lot needs to be built. The intent is the other phases will come in this area here. This line is literally just for the first set. And if that's not enough, that's what this area over here is for. How did you get unpaused? What did I do to... Oh, we must have just accidentally selected them. Okay. Have they started moving the tanks over? Able to export. We need to bring these tanks online as well. Which means we need these online. Since these are going to be primary tanks for everybody else. And yeah, once they're online, we can just disassemble everything here. Okay, construction materials have almost all gone. This is fine. Oh bollocks, how'd I manage that? Too late. It's full of wire, it's full of fluid, and it's already built. It'll have to do. Oops, it has probably been warning me about that for a while now. Blocked because of dirt. Blocked because nobody is picking up the dirt. Actually, no, we'll leave it on that. These guys are allowed to dump their dirt. Are they not allowed to dump the dirt that's in here? Okay, we need to figure out another place for these, and then we can take all of that down. I mean, I suppose I can just put them over here. And then output directly from this. Ah, we can't take the fuel that way. We can, however, bring it this way. Okay, how confident are we that this is going to keep running? I am confident enough. Fingers in the wrong place. We will allow trucks to import to here temporarily so that they can get rid of the fuel from over there. Someone's finally picking up the dirt, although we do actually need to tell them to get some more iron. I am aware that this is outside of the build range. I'll fix that momentarily. Oh, they've actually just about finished this, which would be very, very helpful. Someone get rid of some dirt, because we're out of iron. Oh, we will be very soon. Okay. Still waiting you to finish the steam pipes is why we don't have anything yet. Okay, it's shifting some dirt. Let's buy some bricks for now. Main control tower, no place to dump products. Because again, insufficient dirt. Oh, we're not got a place to dump dirt yet. I should have done it that way around, shouldn't I? Give that priority number 1 so we can get rid of some of it. In fact, given that we have so much dirt, we should really just add it back to... Oh, it is on the global. I thought I'd taken it off the global. Trucks are just too busy with other things to be dumping dirt at the moment. That's what the problem is. Good, they've just kicked off. What I'm going to do is I'm going to temporarily invert the output of this. We'll just assign it to be burnt immediately, for now. So that we don't overfill those tanks by accident. Fuel is making it through. And the fuel that's over here will get used in other things eventually. Okay. As much as I would like to turn that on, we should wait until everything else is stabilized first. And everything else around here is built. It's almost all done. We have a whole bunch of cement and nowhere to put it. Oh no, they should be able to shift it over there. They've just not had the time yet. We'll give our vehicles opportunity to get all current tasks done, and then move on to the next tasks, which is concrete. Yeah, we ain't getting steel made in an hour. Steel will be Saturday's task then. We should have everything else sorted by then. We do need to bring the rubber online over here, but that's fine. We still got a lot of rubber. Have you successfully made a path yet? Almost. If one could just get rid of the remaining dirt. How many of those do we have spare now? 3. Probably going to allocate 2 over... We'll see whether or not 2 is going to be enough or too many. Let's add 1 more. No, we'll keep 1 spare. We'll add 2 over to where the limestone is going to be mined. I wonder if we could get down low enough to actually dig that level out. No, we'll just allow things to fall where they may. Yeah, I should have put this retaining wall along this line here, but never mind. Because this retaining wall can go down here. Not something we need to worry about for the time being. Have you finished the cleanup? You have a whole bunch of wood and nowhere to put it. Yeah, let me free up some room for you. We do need more iron actually, so... Resources aren't a problem at the minute. We just need them to finish shifting everything over. Maximum speed. We are going to need glass soon, so while it's on my mind... Although we can make that trade already. They just give oil and nothing but oil, which isn't useful to us. Well, I did just set that up and I'd realised immediately afterwards, actually we can't actually get that running yet. Because that would require them to pick up and then drop off. Almost there. Okay, just the oil tanks. Now that all of this is over here, we can turn that lot on. In fact, let's include that lot over there. Might as well enable the rest of that. Yeah, we're just waiting on the oil tanks. The other ones have been filled, so we can swap these back over. Give ourselves a buffer of them before it gets burnt for fuel. Or burnt for power, rather. Are we running out of coal? Slowly we are running out of coal. Not fast enough for me to be worried about it at the minute. In fact, now they've realised that, yes, we can actually dump the dirt. They've stopped transporting everything around. I think what we will end up doing is this this sapling farm will end up getting moved up here. I may actually swap or move this up to here instead as well. Oop. Okay, that is I set an alert for here. That is not what we set the alert to. Was it? Oh, less than 50%. That was what we set the alert to. The iron is now coming in. Have you finished flattening all of that? You have. Wonderful. Let's bring the speed back down. Clear all of this. Just let you flatten all of that. I'm aware. That's why this is set to dirt only. But the thing is, the farm space isn't going to be here. We're likely to move the farm up to here. And then use this space here if we need more space for the distilleries. We don't need you to be kept empty anymore. And you can go back to that. full of stone at the minute. Nope, it's not like they don't have places to dump them. We're just waiting for them to catch up on that regard. Yeah, it's fine that because they can still load from there, can't they? Well, they should be able to at least. One more tank. And then we can turn the pumps back on. Okay. The upgrade is online and fully operational, as is our new storage area. Well, mostly fully online and operational, we're just waiting on this. And that should have been the last of it. Yes. Continue on your journey. Okay, so that's double oil production as well. Our population is getting close to its cap again, so let's pause it. We've got some spare, which hopefully will be enough to start work over here. I don't know why I put a bridge here, it's probably not going to be necessary. Okay. I think first things first. Now, do I make it flat or do I... Where is this? Okay, that's slightly raised anyway. And this is 6. Okay, let's pause while I think about this, because I want to make use of the space or the stuff we're digging out, stuff we're digging out that we don't want, to actually build a bridge. Okay, the flat area there is 11, while here it's 6. Shortest point is technically straight away along here. There we go. Allocates a bridge. Gonna have to move that allocation later, but we'll worry about what we're going to do about the limestone that's underneath this later, but the actual mountain itself is mostly just limestone. Okay. We are also now going to need all of that in line. Let's give these a little bit higher priority to keep them empty. Copper one isn't so much of an issue. Okay. Now the fuel system is online. Are we making enough? Should, in theory, have twice the production now. Unless something on these is not connected. How did that one get backwards? The rest of the line's all correct. Any other problems? You go that way. You go that way. You go that way. That goes that way. That goes that way. Nah, the rest of it looks fine. We desperately need bigger trucks. No, I think that's okay. I think this marking is just because of the one on the top rather than the one on the bottom. No, the one on the bottom actually isn't connected, even though it told me it was going to. That's annoying, but potentially easy to fix. That should be allowed, in my opinion. Oh, that's something we didn't do. Where are my woodcutters? Pause for a second. I need you to come over to here and here. Get those trees first so that we can build a output. Wean ourselves off bricks. Stop us from using the water over here as well. Although we are now going to be using water over here instead, but... let's get rid of that one. These can all be exported from. The only thing over here using water is... this uses water as well. I could disconnect that, or turn that one off, to allow this tank to be used exclusively for the electrolysis. But trucks can also just pick up the water from here, if they need to. Wait, where's the water tank? Oh, we never allocated the water. We was just going to pipe it straight in. I didn't build in the direction I wanted it to. There we go, that's what I wanted. Have they started their digging? They have. It's just that this thing isn't online yet. We did set up the... Yeah, okay, that's set up. Need the tree cutters to clear some of these out, or these out so we can get the pipes down. But otherwise that all looks fine. Now, why has that happened? Can I change the priority of these recipes? Yeah, that was the problem. I need a vehicle to load from here and hopefully go to there. And that'll unjam it. Oh, in fact, it's unjammed itself. Has it? I suppose it's the amount of feed it's creating. I can't determine the output order of this thing. So I can't tell it, hey, get rid of the compost first and foremost, don't worry about anything else. Because the compost goes along there, and then if this is just looping around, then that's fine, so long as the compost is being delivered. This will cause a food problem if we don't fix it. We could add a buffer for animal feed. In fact, I think that's the only thing we can do. We shall have to spend our unity to fix this. They're not though, that's why it's jammed. Because this was the top one, and it's jammed, or it had jammed because it couldn't output the compost because there was too much animal feed on the belt. Because it was outputting the animal feed first, even though they were the other way around. It didn't matter which way around this was. It's trying to output the animal feed before the compost, irrespective of whichever order it's in. Which has caused it to jam. Because if I flip this around, it's still not going to output this. It'll fix itself once the belt is empty. I know, I flipped it around this way because I wanted to make the compost first. That doesn't change the fact that the belt is jammed. Now I could just tell it something to come along and empty the belt, but there's still a whole bunch in here, so I'd have to do it multiple times. So I may as well just buffer it. We need this to happen sooner rather than later, because again, it's going to significantly affect our food production. If we don't do something about it. We may actually be producing or not producing enough iron. Doesn't matter which one this is, it's 24 per. And that's 1 to 1. Yeah, we're making slightly more than 60. With everything running, we are consuming more than that. I believe. They need to keep running. Let's turn 2 of those off. Fix the problem here. Let's pause the inputs. Now let's pause that recipe. There we go. Now that that's been thrown out, unpause that. I'm going to keep that one paused for a second while this one gets rid of everything on that belt. Now we can disassemble that. Connect that back in. Quick build that. Turn that back on. Unpause that. And then we need to connect that into there. Okay, everything should now be fixed. It may be that we may need to make more than one of these. We're looping it around just to see whether or not we can get away with only having one of them, but we may need more than one. Okay. Where's the other one? Where is the other one? There's 2 of them. It's gone around the wrong side. No, I need to appear. Although, to be fair, I think we probably... no, we do need some more of these cut down. Grab these. I need that tree in particular needs to be gone. Well, maybe not. Maybe we can get away with it. Yeah, good enough. It'll do. Just so long as it's not weaving all over the place. Okay, the thing we are missing is a container full of sand. We have our limestone already, which is nice. Yep, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. We have spare cement. Is it using anything other than this? Nope, it's only used to make concrete slabs. Well, because we keep finding it. Okay, that is the right line. Consume any imported sand first. So not sand, cement. Yeah. Crushed stone first, so that we don't have to dump from here. And then slag is the fallback. There we go. We're getting concrete. And the woodcutters can clear out the rest of this area whenever they have the time. Pretty much keeping up now. May need another one of these. This one's managing just fine. Yeah, let's double up this. That's going to be a little bit of a problem. I can fix it though. No, we won't accelerate this. Because, yeah, this isn't running anywhere near maximum speed. And this is backlogging all the way to the farms. Potentially how I have these too close together, so I might intentionally redo this bit. How much time do we have? 25 minutes. We'll see how this handles it. But I think we are going to have to rethink about how we've built this so that it's more expandable. It was only there to burn waste product anyway, but if it's not efficient enough, we should improve it. Okay. It is time to turn this off. We're slowly starting to get a stockpile of iron again. For now, let me tell it to use that as a primary input so we can get rid of all of our bricks. I should probably change how I've done this. Yeah, while I'm looking at it and thinking about it, let's remove that retaining wall. Cancel all of this. I only want you to dump sand here for now. And then I want to... you better get out of here. Flatten that. Are you not able to use your own sand to flatten it? You have to temporarily change the editable area so that they can flatten that bit of sand. In fact, we'll need to flatten both of those bits. Need that bit to be flat. We need that bit flat so that we can build a retaining wall and then... Oh, you bastards. This is why I was trying to allocate it in this area here, but they wasn't wanting to dig it. Oh, thinking about it, we can do this a different way. Well, that'll get filtered out anyway, in which case we don't need to worry about that. What I can do... I can just allocate a slightly different area for them to dig. Why are you still dumping there? That's not in your area anymore. Knock it off. You're still not going to grab sand from here, are you, to fill this in? Well, others come and do that job, if I do that. All I need is this little bit here reflattened, and then I can build my retaining walls, and then we can have a slope down here. It goes down beneath 5, and because this is going to be a main driveway, I don't want to have that collapse in, which is why I'm trying to do it this way around. But I need them to decide to pick up the sand and drop it here. It doesn't have to be sand. It can be anything else, it'll get scooped up. So allow them to dig that, let them fill it in with what they like. It'll get filtered. The only thing that I don't really want in there, which may actually be already too late. Well, just in case it ends up in there. Okay, still struggling on iron. Is that just a production problem? Yeah, it's just a production problem. Are we going to get a better way of making iron? Uses iron, molten steel. Yeah, I'm just being a little bit pedantic and have no reason to be. Okay, advanced smeltery is way off. Okay, that is sufficient, thank you. We need to cancel off that. Pause for a second so that we can quickly sort this out. Corner piece, long piece, long piece. Actually no, that piece doesn't need to be there. These two pieces do. Quick build them. Now we can tell you to dig your way down to -2. Don't need you digging there anymore. You'll figure it out. Oh, not in the range anymore. And then we can lower these down as they go down. Which should be all we need to get every or the majority of the sand in that area without needing to worry about the walls. Okay, we now have solid concrete production, which means we can now actually start thinking about doing some flooring. Bricks have all gone. Don't need a priority input anymore. Let's quick remove that bit so that we can replace it. There we go. Yeah, because every square is 1. But I currently now have 1,000 in storage already. So it's probably going to be fine. Flooring, which one is it? There it is. Concrete surface. We should turn the build planner off. Although I don't think, yeah. They don't care about build planner. The concrete is a long way away at the minute though, so... one hopes these guys will understand that, hey look, there's a concrete floor here, let's use it. I think I get slightly more control over the path they take at a later date, don't I? Okay, that's enough of a flooring construction project for now. Yeah, have to block them off with pipes and belts then. I'm aware. But it's fine. You should not be collecting from there. You can import to there, you can't export from here. And do I want to upgrade these? We have giant storages over there. Yeah, let's upgrade these. You're making solid progress. I may want to, yeah, get you to also dig down that bit there. That should do it. Small excavator has no fuel. I need to increase the size of this tank. I think we can keep these tanks full now, actually. We absolutely have the fuel production to not worry about it for the time being. Although this never got given its own fueling station. That said, it is sitting right next to the fuel production plant, so probably no need to worry about that one. Okay, you're told you can be full. Belt's still full. Ah, it's jammed here. We thought it might be a problem. It is a problem. Okay. So what we actually want is... True, but we're not in any dire need for copper in any way, shape or form. Is that going to be sufficient? We should give it a bit more space in case it's not. For now, let's see if we can't just speed this up to get rid of some of this. In fact, if we... we did connect a long belt. I'm going to need to disassemble some of this. If we pause the belt... then disassemble... a bunch of this. Problem is that's now split the belts. We had a perfectly long belt now. Now if we ever wanted to deconstruct it, it's going to be a right pain in the arse. I told you to build. Did I pause the game? There we go. Oh, it has restored it to a single belt. Yeah, we'll get rid of that bit as well. Okay. Okay, so spare corn goes in here. Let's bring these belts all the way back to here. We need a U-shaped sorter here. You pull off corn. Corn goes into here. U-shaped sorter here. And if we need to go over the top of this, we'll use a lift. And you collect animal feed. This comes clean out of here into there. Okay, and that should be a tad more expandable. I'll let them bring the stuff over to build the rest of this. I wonder how much fertilizer they're actually getting. Yeah, that one's actually getting enough to... stable. They're getting enough fertilizer to be stable at the minute. So the recipe loop was a nice idea, it just too slow. Largely thanks to this. So I think we're probably... yeah. I think we're going to need to have a second of these. Ah, damn it. That is the one you chose to start building first. I don't think we're going to be able to do it this way. Now, I think we have just... yeah, we're going to have to... okay, that's fine. This is what lifts are for. Okay, let's rush the construction of these so we can get shit moving. Technically, this can't even output fast enough. Okay. That should do us for now. And if we end up with too much fertilizer, we can just put more in the fields. Okay, and one assumes that's because the limestone is full. That is fine, that is a problem I am happy to have. The trucks are now extremely busy because they have a long way to deliver their roads. Or a long way to go to deliver their roads. They are picking up full loads of roads though, right? If I catch any of you carrying partial cargo, I'm going to be annoyed. Okay, that's fine. Very well. Yeah, there's a fuel station over here. They can use this to refuel if they need to. Okay. Other than the fact we didn't get to steal, I think we've done everything else that was on our checklist. And the quick path through to the dump area is now being finished, which is nice to see. Or mostly finished. Let's just make sure. Yeah, they've got a little bit more digging to do, but I'm fairly sure vehicles are pathing through that, so that's all good. Do we need to allocate more digging area? No, you've got enough to be working with for now. So have you. And so have these guys. Okay. So, we will leave it there for today. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be back again on Saturday, usual time, 4 PM BST, and we'll actually get some steel production on the way. That will be the plan. So, thanks again, and hopefully we'll see you next time. Cheerio.